it right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Femi Wash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Binite, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership. At my immediate right, welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you
to the
very
Queen's
much.
Court.
Thank you.
Lady version.
Thank you.
A pleasure
Thank
having you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adiola Aziz. In this court, it's the Queen's Court. So get ready for that. A politician and a social entrepreneur. And of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome you, sis, Lady Adiola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. Yeah. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina Ozaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But they're also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lady Adiola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 yards of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is the this. So how are we going to go about, especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women, producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horochi also will add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right? We need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward, because we needed you to be there. Somebody passed. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola Aziz who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us. And she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support you, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right? Their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them. All of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is.
Whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those two needs, right, a woman will thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. So it's limiting, and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men, or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity. Let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional. from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. She just then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, you know, on a minute basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. And the time she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You know, you need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. You know, you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. If you can't speak that vernacular, get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. They understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication. Yeah. So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, you know, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, you know, have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the Bali. The Balis, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The Balis, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from a history of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, she was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in, she went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in, and there'll be a mindset change. There'll be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, you know, and the male figures that are barriers, these barriers are real. No, that's why we need to.
They're real.
Be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to lead, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, oh, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No, it's too late.
Because if it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and he doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can fine.
Yes.
I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage once you know leadership is in your mind, it's extremely important. So that
with you.
You know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's going to be a challenge.
And at the same time,
getting married.
Yes. At the same time,
Or
as a
single.
female politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity
Yes,
that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed.
Excellent.
You know, so it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the violence and the others and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role beside whether it's the husband or other men is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to let, as a human, because you need to let your husband, get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, you know, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. I keep coming back to, you know, move further and overnight. You know, we need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass. We need to encourage it. We need to have a dialogue from the city. This not just your output. Excellent. Science and environment. We want to come together as a team. That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. Here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeolaman, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria. Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead, right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Orochi Ogan and Lady Adiola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Miss Anne Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. but now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in house, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously, from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. it was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from fiebondien, the beloved rice and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent, in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Goree's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Juge Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and the Car's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chike Okolo, SOUQ News TV.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Now, the federal government has commenced testing of the national single window platform with its first group of agencies, marking a major step toward launching a unified digital trade system by March 2026. The exercise enabled stakeholders to examine system functions, validate workflows, and confirm readiness for a platform expected to harmonize documentation, cut duplication, and reduce clearance timeliness across the country's trade ecosystem. Officials supervising the process reaffirmed the government's commitment to building a transparent, technology-driven trade environment that aligns with regional digital standards. Stakeholders also highlighted the economic benefits expected from the system, including lower logistics costs, quicker access to raw materials for manufacturers, improved efficiency for small businesses, and enhanced supply chain visibility that can boost Nigeria's global competitiveness. Now, the National Insurance Commission has signed key agreements with the Ministry of Interior to implement a travel insurance policy covering repatriation and related costs. During a meeting in the Federal Capital Territory, the Commissioner for Insurance, Olusegun Ayo Omochen, and Interior Minister Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo finalized the deal, which targets repatriation costs mitigation for short-stay visa holders entering Nigeria. Both parties acknowledged that the government spends billions of naira annually on such cases, stressing the need for a structured insurance framework. The proposed travel insurance aims to shift the financial burden of repatriation from taxpayers to individual travelers through mandatory coverage, while also enhancing accountability and national economic stability. Officials said the partnership reflects a growing push to integrate insurance into Nigeria's immigration processes, especially as global travel trends evolve and fiscal pressures mount. A full rollout plan is expected to follow pending interagency coordination and regulation. Now, Nigeria is advancing a wide range of economic and trade reforms aimed at creating more efficient, technology-driven, and globally competitive environment. Key measures including exchange rate adjustments, subsidy reforms, and port modernization are being implemented to strengthen the country's position within Africa's emerging single market. Authorities emphasize these policies are designed to reduce clearance, timeliness, harmonize procedures, and support the rollout of a national digital trade window expected to accelerate cross-border commerce and align Nigeria with continental integration goals. Regional stakeholders were urged to modernize border systems, strengthen customs cooperation, and prioritize coordinated policy implementation to unlock the full benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Officials highlighted that consistent execution, improved capacity, streamlined customs operations, and the use of digital tools are essential to overcoming past barriers to integration. Ongoing engagements across the continent aim to build a united trade architecture that lowers business costs, boosts intra-African exports, and position Nigeria as a driving force in shaping Africa's future economic landscape. Now, South Africa's inflation rate edged up mostly in October, rising to 3.6% from 3.4% in the previous month. According to new official data, the increase came in below market expectations and arrived just a day before policymakers are set to decide or interstate rates, with financial markets largely anticipating a rate cut. Monthly inflation also remained subdued, rising only 0.1% amid slower price growth across several consumer categories. Economists said the softer than expected inflation reading may strengthen the case for monetary easing as the country continues to navigate weak domestic demand and persistent economic pressures. They add that a carefully celebrated rate adjusted could support the household spending and investment confidence, even as authorities monitor global price movements and the impact of currency fluctuations on future inflation trends. Now, the United Kingdom's flexible office market recorded weaker activity in the first half of the financial year as many small and medium-sized enterprises postponed leasing decisions ahead of the national budget. The slowdown contributed to reduced occupancy levels across key business districts and heightened pressure on commercial property operators already navigating subdued demand and rising operational costs. Industry data shows that the shifting economic expectations, cautious spending, and delayed policy announcements are prompting firms to pause expansion and office commitments. Analysts note that uncertainty surrounding fiscal direction is weighing on market confidence, with the sector closely watching upcoming policy decisions that could influence business investments, rental demand, and broader economic recovery trends. Now, that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Oimpriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Corners of Nigeria's rainforest and backyard gardens, a silent economy is crawling its way into the future, one shell at a time. It doesn't make noise, but it makes money. Welcome to the world of snail farming, a slow but sure cash craft with big returns. This is Cashcraft, and I remain Grace Komalafe. Snails, especially the Achatina species, are rich in protein, iron, calcium, and have growing demand in Europe, America, and across West Africa. Yet, Nigeria, despite its climate advantage, still imports processed snail products to meet market demands. Are you kidding? We sure don't have to import everything, right? Do you agree? So that works if you and I chooses to take the bull by its horn. The government's first policy approval is one step in the right direction. Are you aware that with a startup of 100,000 naira, a farmer can begin with 100 snails and scale within 6 to 9 months? The export market is wide open. Beyond the meat, snail slime, yes, that growing trail is in high demand in cosmetic industry. A litre sells between 30,000 naira to 70,000 naira, with buyers ranging from skincare brands to pharmaceutical labs. And here is the beauty. Snails are low maintenance. They feed on kitchen waste, require minimal space, and reproduce rapidly in the right conditions. With proper care, one snail can lay up to 400 eggs in a year. Local sales in Lagos, Ibadan, and Port Harcourt already show promising profits. A matured snail sells between 500 naira to 1,500 naira, depending on size and species. But the real gold mile is export. Dried and frozen snail meats fetches higher prices in Europe, especially among Afro-Caribbean stores. As Nigeria's youth search for dignified income streams, snail farming offers an eco-friendly, capable, and sustainable path to wealth. Quiet but consistent, slow but rewarding. It's not just livestock, it's low-risk capital in a shell. Starting a snail business, whether rearing or selling, can be a profitable and low-risk venture, especially in regions like ours, Africa, where there is growing demand. Now, here are essential tips to guide you. 1. Decide your business model. You want to rear? Snail rearing means raising snails from hatchlings to maturity or sale. It could be meat or breeding. Now we'll go to 2 in that model, which is snail trading, by buying snails from farmers and reselling at retail or wholesale levels. And the 3rd in the model is value addition, by processing snails, which means you clean up, you package, or you frozen it, making snail oil or slime. 4, cosmetics. All of that are put together. Just decide which one you want to go for. 2, choose the right species for rearing. Choose fast-growing, highly reproductive, and climate-tolerant species like Achatina, the giant Ghana snail, Achatina fulica, Achatina marginata, commonly preferred in Nigeria. We move to 3. Understand the market. Visit local markets to assess demand and pricing. Identify your target, like restaurants, individuals, exporters, or cosmetic companies. We quickly move to 4. Get proper training. Learn the basics of snail biology, like feeding, housing, and health management. Attend short courses, join snail farming cooperatives, or follow credible online platforms. 5. Prepare a suitable environment for rearing, like housing. Use pens, boxes, trenches, or free-range setups. Ensure they are escape-proof. Okay? Now, soil. Moist, loamy soil is ideal. Shade and humidity. Protect snails from direct sunlight and maintain a humid environment. Cleanliness. Prevent fungi, ants, and pests with regular checks. Step 6. Feeding. Snails eat vegetables, fruits, leaves, and kitchen waste like pawpaw, watermelon, cocoyam, lettuce, and all of that. Provide calcium-rich foods like crushed eggshells or strong shell growth. Now we quickly move to 7, which is sourcing capital and stock. Start small and scale gradually. Buy healthy, matured breeders from reputable farms. And now, number 8, keep records. Track feeding, mortality, breathing, and sales to understand performance and profitability. 9, register your business. Yes, it is important that you register your business with relevant authorities if going commercial. Explore cooperatives or government agricultural support programs. That's a very key one for your business validation and all. Again, do not forget that this is a wake-up call, not a professional advice. Seeing an expert will go a long way. And the number 10, which is the last, is marketing. Use word of mouth, social media, and local markets. Offer home delivery or bulk discounts. Educate consumers on snail health benefits. Yes, it has high protein and low fat. Stop thinking, just act now. The future of farming isn't just fast, it's smart. And in the snail business, slow and steady wins the cash. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had short course. But we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground. And that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, we they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house where we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you...
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we unpack ideas, challenges, and breakthroughs shaping our continent's future. Women and young people make up the majority of Africa's population, but many remain locked out of decision-making, economic opportunities, and leadership spaces. How do we change this? And what real empowerment look like in practice? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I have Omevi Idola beside me. Good afternoon and welcome to Just Africa.
Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you from wherever you watch from, and welcome to Just Africa once again.
Yeah, so they say your gender, or women, have always been. So I think today is Women's Day.
Well, actually, today is Men's Day.
It's Men's Day, actually. Happy Men's Day.
Yes, Happy Men's Day to all the men that are performing. Okay, so everyone, let me not say just to some men that, so long you are a male figure, yes. Happy Men's Day. I hope you do better than the way you're doing anyway.
Yes, we're trying.
So talking about women in leadership, yes. It's a beautiful thing, but it is something that women have been crying out for, the opportunity for them to lead, the opportunity for them to showcase what talent or gift they have inward. And yes. if anybody, not just a lady now, not just a woman right now, anybody, if anyone is not given an opportunity to express his or herself, you will never know what that person is capable of. So for you to know, okay, this woman can do this woman can do that, without restricting them or limiting them to the kitchen. Yes, she's good at cooking, she's good at doing house chores. How do you know what the woman can do? So I like the fact that, yes, our guest today is a lady, and she has really gone far when it comes to the advocacy for the women and children. Yes, she has gone far. Definitely. And we need more voices. Maybe today being Men's Day, maybe it's high time more men started talking about opportunities for women to lead, opportunity for women to express themselves or to take up responsibilities outside the kitchen and the other room.
Well, if you say that, I mean, I look forward for us having our own Nigerian version of Senai Takaichi. You know, someone who will lead Nigeria someday. You know, but it's not just women. We're also talking about young people. You know, yeah. Since I was in primary school, we have been told that we are the leaders of tomorrow. I hope that day would eventually come someday.
You know, some time ago I talked about it, and I don't know who was with me here, and the person said, leadership is not given. Or, yes, it's not given to you, you come for it, you come to take it. So if we want, that if we want to be leaders of tomorrow, we should be the one that will go for it and not waiting for the ones that claim they are young at heart or they are still youth, or however they want to put it, the older ones that are leading, that we should just sit back and wait for them to come and give it to us, that we should go for it.
Well, we can't take it by force. That would mean something else. That would be treason in Nigeria. But basically, in the success ladder, political ladder, or any other ladder you're climbing, someone is up there that would give you a hand to climb up. So there has to be someone that has to give that opportunity. And women and youth have to be given that opportunity at the table, the decision-making table, that, okay, please come in. And, you know, for that to be possible, first of all, we need to bring in the minds of the youth and women who have been disenfranchised from leadership roles, because youth nowadays, most of them are busy doing entrepreneurial businesses and all that. They don't seem to, internet, social media has made, you know, leadership, politics and all that more accessible. You can tell who's your present local government, chairman, that you can access all those information online, but are you actually actively, you know, taking part, apart from election where everybody comes out in mass? So when election ends, what happens? You know, these are some of the things we need to start looking at, to a situation whereby we can have, you know, a governor of about 30 years, 35 years, you know, leading. That's where we're heading.
As you rightly said, you know, when the youth are involved in decision making, they will know that, okay, these are the policies that affect us or that will be favorable to the youth. When you are not in a certain age gap, or you're not within a certain circle, when decisions are made or policies are made, you will not know how it affects the people. For instance, when you want to make decisions, there was a time a man was he Minister or Commissioner for Women Affairs? And I can't remember the state, but there was. Making a man the Commissioner for Women Affairs, I don't get it. How do you make decisions? How do you understand the things, the policies that will favor the women? How do you understand it? You won't understand because you are not there. So until you bring in the youth and you want to make policies concerning the youth, the person there will be able to tell you, yes, this is good for the younger generations, or not. This is good for the women. When a woman is there, I think there's this South African, I don't know if she's a South African woman or from Ghana. I follow her on Instagram. When she talks, you will know that
in South Africa.
A South African lawmaker. When she speaks, you will know that, yes, she's actually speaking for the women. Those are the kind of people we need in leadership. She speaks well. She tells you this is how it affects the woman. This is how it represents the interest of the woman. Don't put a man there to come and be talking about the affairs of the women. How? It doesn't work. Because I have not seen any ministry where a woman is appointed, any ministry that pertains to a man, solely to men, and you are making a woman the minister or the commissioner.
Well, they are mothers of the nation. Well, I saw a post also, a certain person, a member in the House of Reps, I think is in charge of youth development, is the one heading the Committee for Youth Development, and a well-aged man. I saw the post and the person was like, how can you put this kind of person, you know, in that particular, you know, committee for youth, when he himself is not technically a youth.
Exactly.
It's quite interesting. So we will go on a short break. We have a special guest, a lady. I mean, who better else to come and advocate for women empowerment than a lady? We'll have a special guest. We'll be bringing her in shortly after this break. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State shea butter factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shea butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shea tree. Shea butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shea tree, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shea Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, It is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw ecotourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the show where we unpack the ideas, challenges, and of course, breakthroughs shaping our continent's future. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to bring in our first guest for the first topic, women and youth empowerment, but we'll move over to the next topic, which is quite an interesting one because it has to do with the city where we reside, Lagos. Yes, Lagos is witnessing one of the sharpest rent increase in years, even as new estate apartments and mixed-use projects continue to rise across the city. In 2004-2005 alone, thousands of residence units came on stream, yet average rents still climbed between 12 to 22%. Now, this contradiction is driven by rapid population growth, sustained migration into Lagos. Yes, everybody wants to come to Lagos, and a widening mismatch between the type of housing being built and what most residents, of course, can afford. Now, most new development target middle to high income earners, while over 70% of renters fall into lower income brackets. Now, with construction costs rising, developers are pricing aggressively to recover investments, and landlords are also raising rents in anticipation for further inflation. Weak rental governance, informal agreements, and limited protection for tenants have allowed the circle to continue unchecked. Today on Just Africa, we sit with real estate lawyer John Oloruntobi, to unpack why rents keep rising despite a growing housing supply. This and many more we will discuss after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, today's topic centers around Lagos rent circle, unpacking urban migration, demand pressure, and developer behavior. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is John Oloruntobi, a real estate lawyer and property market analyst. So glad to have you.
Good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Mary.
Yeah, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone at home watching.
Yeah, he came prepared. Yes, because I know some of our viewers are going to ask some questions that you will need to take back.
Yes, you know, there's a saying I saw somewhere that you remember you are not welcome to Lagos, you were introduced to Lagos or something like that. But, you know, everybody wants to come to Lagos. Lagos is the center of excellence. Everybody wants to work in Lagos, you know, everybody, even for the so-called Dirty December, everybody wants to come to Lagos. But with the population in Lagos, one would think that there will be enough housing. Rent should be, well, at the minimal or affordable. But we see that most of the rents available are targeted to higher income earners, not even the middle income earners. And the population we have in Lagos are of lower income. Why do you think, how did we even get here?
Well, so you know that when you're talking about economics, you're talking about demand, supply.
Definitely.
And this affects the pricing of anything. So there's basically a mismatch of a mismatch with regards to what we have on ground and not the supply. We have a lot of buildings, a lot of vacancies everywhere. And just like you rightly said, there's a need for people to have access to these vacancies. Now,
Definitely.
that's the problem. People don't have access to these vacancies because the pricings are over the roof. I mean, some weeks ago, I was trying to get a property for a client, and we were looking through the market, and you know, this at the end of the day, when I went back to this client, he said, "Let me just hold on to what I have right now." And that's how nasty it is. The properties are out there, but the target for this property, about 70% of the residents in Lagos can afford these properties because of, I mean, the minimum wage that people are collecting and what people are actually earning in a real sense. Now, who do you blame for this? The developers? Do you blame the government? That's a question I'll leave you to ask me as we go on the show. But going on, or moving on you know, with this topic, you'd realize that it's still a very big issue. Yeah, Lagos is a center of excellence. People are coming in. You have expatriates. This December is coming. There are a lot of buildings or properties out there for short-term rents and all of that. But how many people can really afford these things? Because generally, inflation affects everyone, not just Nigerians. But there's a big gap in the affordability structure. The properties are actually there. Trust me. If you go online now, a room self, 2-bedroom, in short, if you want a whole building, it's right there. But I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions. How many Nigerians can really afford this things? Yeah. So these are the issues. And I feel like this is where government comes in with certain policies and regulations.
Now, if the developers or house owners understand that, yes, many people can't afford the type of houses that are available, so why build that same kind of houses?
That's a discretion, or should I put it, that's subjective actually. If I have over 150 million to invest, I don't think the government can stop me, or the government should decide how I spend my money, how I invest my money. Because at the end of the day, the government, the policies that they're putting in place is for investors to come into the system. Now, what the problem is, it lies between the people developing the houses. In Lagos, you have a lot of joint ventures that developers are coming in. They get your land, they help you build and all of that. Inflation comes into the structure. Now, we're talking about, the last time I was here, we talked about the cushioning of the new tax laws on how they removed VAT, you know, from this and that, and that to help developers manage what they are bringing in. If you understand how much, or if you know how much it costs a developer to bring in products, because we're still very dependent on exports, importation and all of that. So you realize that it's very, very expensive. And with the Naira dropping today, entering into emergency next tomorrow, you realize that these people also try to put a risk factor with regards to how much they put out their properties for. I'll give an example. Between January and February, or between January and April, you can envision your property to go for as high as 50 million naira if you put in a running cost of, let's say, 20, 30 million. But before you get to April, because of inflation, maybe the materials you want to use for the interior to make it an suite and all of that comes in, you're looking at the estimated jump price of 70 million.
Okay.
Now, there's an inflation problem. there's a Naira problem. There's also a local and international trade problem with regards to what we buy to facilitate, real estate or development in regards to real estate. So.
Yes, I know Olumide wants to take you the next question, but I want to ask, now we've seen that most developers put their attention in a certain area. For instance, everybody wants to develop the Lekki axis. Everybody wants to develop the Aja axis, the VIs and the likes, leaving the mainland to, of course, landlords to do their thing. So how do we balance it? Don't you think that focusing in a certain area is one of the factors that is causing this hike in rentage? And how do we tackle this?
Well, I don't think it's about focusing in an area. I think it's more of what kind of development is coming into that area. Yeah, you might be right in a way, but I know developers that are mainly they focus mainly on the mainland.
Okay.
Because, we all know the issue with regards to water, drainage and all of that, and flood, basically. And everyone, when it comes to the rainy season, you see the mainland people with their shoulders and everything. And properties now on the mainland are matching up with that of the island because of this water issue and the rest. So I really don't think it's about the focus on the island, because right now the island is very, very vulnerable right now. You see people that have money, the rich, should I say the richer class, let me put it that way. They have their houses on the island and they have like an emergency one on the mainland.
Okay.
So why? And the reason why there's so much should I say hike in price of property, rental, and all of that right now, for my opinion, is that the way the country is focused on insecurity, you would realize that everyone is trying to come down to Lagos. Because Lagos is like where you can get that safety in a way. So that also affects the economy. It affects how these landlords see the pricing and all of that. So it's not really about the focus on island. At some point, the mentality was island and island, but I feel like it's generally Lagos. Because even if you go to Ikorodu now, Ikorodu at 2015, 2017, you would still find a room sale for 350 a year. Now it's going as high as 800,000. It's still reasonable compared to what you get on the main side like Ikeja and the rest, and of course the island. But you can see the shifts because right now Lagos as a whole is more of a safer environment for Nigerians.
So my question now is, why is it that it seems as if these developers are more attracted to premium apartment than low-cost housing? Is it the profit that they're after, or there are other regulatory financing barriers, operation overhead costs that they're trying to cover up, inflation? Why is it that they're mainly focused? Because what you hear now is luxury apartments, all in suits. That.
To be honest, let's try and bring it very, very down. I believe that it's still back to a mentality issue. Nigerians, we are so classist. I'm going to say we believe that, and you go to Sule now or Butemeta, you see just because a landlord painted the house white, and the next thing says I'm a suit and all that. So it's the trend. We work more on trends. You understand? We don't look at the average developer or average landlord does not look at what exactly entails when you're calling something a suit, or you're calling something a smart house or something. That's why you see houses that have been advertised on the island for over 1.3 billion naira, and when you do the equivalence to what you're getting in Nigeria and somewhere in California, you're like, really, I'd rather put my money in the US than put it here, because we don't understand these things. We have a number issue. Like my friends on Twitter will say, we have a number issue. Everybody just wakes up and we look at this book and like, it's fine. It's fine. Put the price. You don't even look at the market. So I don't believe that there's a market for real estate. We don't have a market for real estate. But when you say you have a market for real estate, it means that you have a governing body. You have policies. You have people that are enforcing these laws and these policies. We don't have these things. We just have, I don't know what to call it. I think it's just a space where anyone can just come in and put a price on the property. And that's why you see, as a landlord, you have a property for sale for 50 million naira, and you have like 10 agents on this property. And from 50 million asking price, it gets to the 10th agent, and you're talking about 100 million naira right now for the property, and then there's someone that can actually buy it because of the clientele that this agent has. But that's an overpriced property at the end of the day because the asking price is 50 million naira. But they'll tell you, we're making money. It's business. Business is business. So there's no market because for you to say there's a market, then there has to be a governing body for this.
I have questions for agents concerning those agents. I'm very serious about it. I have questions about them. But before I face the agents, house agents, let's talk about, you mentioned importation of building materials. Now, most landlords, most buildings, I'm not talking about the ones that are being built right now.
Yeah.
They increase the rentage. Maybe they foreseen that inflation is coming or whatever reasons there is, the price go up. Now, these people are not importing materials. The building is standing. No renovation is going on. But you just heard that this is something I have seen. So you just heard that your neighbor is now giving his own house, maybe a new building, the person just built. The person just spends money. It's not giving at XYZ amount because of that. And an existing building that has been built in the last decades or 2 decades ago with leaking roof and the likes, the landlord comes and, of course, push up his own price. How do you balance this? Will you also say this is as a result of imported materials or greed? How do you describe that kind of situation right now?
So largely, I mean, if we're going to put in emotions into this sense, you can say you can call it greed. But from my little experience with economics, you'd realize that I've seen a property that was abandoned for about 8 years, was built way before inflation, madness and all of that. But upon the landlord coming to terms, let me just rent this house out, he had to put it with the price that is let me use the word market is saying right now. The reason for that is because you need to understand that no matter how you claim that the materials are gotten here, there's some materials depending on the kind of that were of course imported. One way that we as a country we depend on this. So it's a cycle. It's a cycle. At the end of the day, you still find out that most of the issues still goes back to regulation. We don't have an harmonized body that says, okay. If I'm going to ask you, how many houses are actually registered? There's no data for it. I was having an argument with some of my colleagues earlier today, and I'm like, if we're going to move forward in Lagos, then we need to understand that an agency must be put in place. Every house must be registered, no matter how old the house is. Even if your house is rickety, and you're in Lagos, for example, you must register that house for data, information. Now, it takes you to now see that, okay, this house, you can have a 3-bedroom flat in, let's say, somewhere like Agege, and the next house, you're paying maybe 1.5 million for that.
Yes.
And the next house is paying 6 million within the environment. So tell me, why am I paying more? Now, what the landlord will tell you is, the person paying more will tell you, oh, it's an ensuite, the house is painted white, and all of that. No. There should still be a gap, or should I say a bracket rather.
Oh, yes.
You understand? So if you're paying 2.5 million for a 2-bedroom flat, the next compound should be paying at most 2.6, 2.7, because you're within the environment. Whatever happens in the environment affects both of you. The same light you're getting the same light. But because the other house could be built by a developer, and then the other house is old, you'll be getting, your house is new, you have to pay about 4.5 million. So there's a need for regularization. If we don't do that, we'll not move forward. And Lagos State is trying to do that right now with all of but it's still English. It is actually still English.
Until implementation happens.
Yeah, it's still English.
So do you think at this point Lagos is building for its population or an imaginary population?
Nah. I don't think Lagos is building at all for its population, because if we're talking about Lagos State building for its population, then you're talking about subsidized pricing or prices for houses, affordable housing. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing houses of, a room self-con in Sierra Leone is going for as high as 2 million naira. And I'm not even kidding. This is not even go to Property Pro and check 2 million. And these houses are not even ready. So they still need your money, and they'll tell you maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you move in. So you just imagine that how many people can afford that. So these houses are there, but not for the not for the common, common person. And I gave a figure earlier. I said over 70% of Lagosians living in Lagos or residents of Lagos can't afford. And you have over 600,000 people coming to Lagos every year at an estimate because of safety and there's industry here. So
do you think this Lagos developers, if they had the incentive to build proper cheaper units, they would? For instance, if there was a partnership with them and the federal ministry, the Ministry of Housing, whereby land is allocated to them at half the price. Okay, build a cheaper unit or subsidize it. We will give you the land. All we just need you to do is build at a cheaper rate. Do you think they will go for it?
It's still down to what the agreement looks like. I strongly believe. I was at a local government seminar one time. I think I was in May, and they were talking about that was the first time I had access to this PPP, private public partnership and all that, which is very, very good. I feel like that's where we need to key into, like you just mentioned. The government gives out property, lands and all of that, and then you can build at a good price. This is what you get in areas like areas in the UK, that most especially the remote areas. You see that you can really afford, based on even students can afford this housing. But in Lagos, because as a private owner, you are buying the property by yourself, you are building yourself. That's why this old JV stuff is coming in now, because even developers can't afford the luxury to buy the land and then build. So they're looking for people to partner with. But partnership between private and private still ends up at a very high side. So we need the government to come in. Okay. We have land. Ikorodu is a very high, they have a strong land mass, where they can partner with private people to come in, build estates that people can actually afford. And with the rail, it helps, to come out from that environment. So it's a very good point where the government can actually partner at large. Not because I've been hearing about it, I've not just seen any so far. For the past 5 years, I've not seen. All I hear is, government has partnered with this particular private company to maybe, give them any. At the end of the day, you just hear 2 million naira, 2.5 for the property, and you're wondering where is the questioning of the whole inflation with regards to rentals and all that for the people. It's just at the beginning you hear this, we're doing a partnership, they do a conference and you're so excited about it, and then 3, 4, 5 months down the line, it's almost even, it actually feels like it's just a seminar to get the people to say, we are relaxed now, they're working something for us, and then nothing actually happens. It's still back to them for their private use. So
okay, so I'll take you back a little. You talked about the section whereby the house units are affordable, like the places you mentioned, like Ikorodu and the likes. And I love the fact that you mentioned transportation system. Now, people tend to move towards that area, the area where they know, okay, yes, the houses that are there are affordable. But you also agree with me that transportation system in Lagos, it has improved, but not to the very point whereby it is, you can say that within an hour, you are where you want to be. Okay. So what is the plan? What do you think Lagos State needs to do? First, we appreciate the BRT and the train that is running from SOUQ to Marina here. It's a beautiful idea, but you can't say that with Ikorodu to the island. Mondays are still crazy days. And more people are moving into those areas where they know that, yes, the houses are affordable. What do you think that Lagos State needs to do urgently in order for people to be able to say, okay, I'm moving to where I can afford, but transportation, cost of transportation. If not for the BRT, many people want to work on the island because you can't afford it. Cost of transportation is high. So even if you are saying, okay, the train is there, yes, the train is okay, 845 naira, the BRT 845 naira from Ikorodu, then to Oshodi 600 thereabout. But I think there is more that Lagos State needs to do. What are those things that they need to do, especially in terms of transportation system?
Well, I would take you further than just the Lagos State government. It goes back to even the private sectors as well too. I'll come to that. That's regards to the human resource benefits you get as workers and work-life balance. Now, for government, it's simple. I always cite this example of recent. The government puts, I'm sure it's the government that puts road bumps or speed bumps rather at the international airport exit. Now, that road used to take you less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes to pass through that place to turn down to Ajao. Now it takes about 35 minutes to 1 hour. Why? Because they put 2 speed bumps there. Now, the intention is nice, but the output and productivity is killing. So you have to look at what you have and develop it more. We have bad roads. The pedestrian bridges are not working. And you know what that happens? It means that people have to cross the road. Delays, slows down motorists and all of that. These are the issues. These are the things that cause, this traffic and delays. The government needs to come in and enforce certain rules. You put the pedestrian bridges there for a purpose. Now, people don't use them. It's back to the people. But you understand that the people still need this, shall I say, this government hand to see why this pedestrian, crossover are there. So, for me, the BRT is not enough. I personally don't like the yellow buses because of the safety.
Yes.
But I mean, you have to do what you have to, what you have. But if you can get the roads functioning properly, you get to somewhere like I think it's not mile 12 or so. You have potholes all over the environment. Now, a pothole deprives a delivery driver of about 14 deliveries a day down to 9. Affects the productivity. So once we can get all of this done, and I know I can jet out from, a lot of people have their cars, but they don't just use them because of traffic. But if I know that I can jet out from Ikorodu down to the island within 35-40 minutes without traffic,
45 minutes.
45 minutes without traffic, I'm good. In short, people partner. These days, people partner together. Oh, you go to the island, okay, we can go together.
Yeah.
My car, I have a car, you have a car, but let's just, and then people go. So people have their personal lives. Now, to the private people or private sector, why do we need to be headstrong? There are a lot of roles. I mean, the Western countries, they encourage remote jobs, hybrid jobs. We all don't have to be, we practice a 9-to-5 system in Nigeria. Lagos, for example, everybody's out by 5, by 4 in the morning, and all of that, and then the entire road is congested. Even people that don't have to be at work, they don't have to do anything at work up until maybe 5 o'clock or 2 o'clock, have to still be on the road. So why can't we encourage an hybrid system, remote system? It works. During the COVID-19, a lot of companies still had to work through.
Yes.
Yeah, there are loopholes, there are lacunas and all that, but this is where you implement policies. Because at the end of the day, we just blame the government. Yes, there's a side of the government, there's also a side of the people. You get to some companies, everybody's probably just sleeping, they've done their jobs for the day, and they're just sleeping for the next 5-6 hours or 4 hours. They could be at home.
Waiting for 5 o'clock.
Do you understand? Then they jet into the road again. Everybody, by 4 or 5, everybody's out on the road again. I'm talking about 20,000 cars trying to plug a very tiny road. And with the whole infrastructure happening right now, I mean, with Lekki to Ajah, can imagine the crazy traffic that you were seeing. So there's a need, because Lagos is actually very small as well. The roads are tiny and all of that. It's supposed to be an exclusive state.
Yeah.
But because of the exclusivity, you see a lot of people coming into Lagos, and now there's so much pressure on the road, pressure on the infrastructure, pressure. I mean, if you have 5,000 people using a product of 1,000, then you should know that it's going to break down every now and then. So Lagos does not have the resources right now to accommodate the number of people living in Lagos. But the way we can do it is to partner with the private sector, encourage private owners of businesses to look into the work-life balance. Encourage hybrid. If I don't have to come to work, maybe I can come to work maybe twice a week. And then I know that my car not being on the road is -1 car. So it helps. It helps with the pressure.
All right, so let's look at arbitrary rent increases. It's a thing in Lagos whereby every year, every 2 years, your rent goes up, and of course you want to still keep your apartment, so you have to somehow find a way to appease your landlords and all that. But what can Lagos State do to curb this? Because you also said that, I mean, if you look at the cost of inflation and every other thing, you can't really tell the landlord how much he should rent a house. But at the end of the day, if the landlord is increasing and salary is not increasing, businesses are not expanding, it's not a complete circle. So what can the government do at this point?
So we need to actually encourage digitalization in Lagos at large. And what this does is it helps to manage data, helps to manage. It means that the government now can see what's happening in Ejigbo, in Ajao, and they can come in to make questions and get people to pay fines for breaching certain rules and regulations. Without that, we just have the agents doing the job, manpower and all of that. And you know what that means. It gives room for corruption, gives room for you don't get a lot of transparency and all of that. So with regards to pricing and all of that, with regards to inflation of just landlord waking up tomorrow and saying he wants to increase, yes, there's a need for a landlord to say, oh, based on inflation, based on how this house is, I need to renovate and all of that. And right now, what you're paying will not cover for that renovation because I still have to make, because it's also a business, and all of that for the landlord. The landlord should actually have, should I say, an overhead that would look into this in terms of, oh, we need to renovate our property and all of that, and they give a reasonable price, like to increase your rent from what it is to what it would ordinarily be if you want to renovate. Because some people just wake up and increase the rate using by 70, some 100%.
Yes.
And they tell you if you cannot pay, you have to move out because the next person coming will pay the increase. You don't have no idea. There's a backlog of tenants or people searching for property out there. So if you can't afford it, please leave. The next person coming in will afford it. So once we can have a digital system where all properties are registered, landlords are registered, and it goes beyond just community. Because the community people try, and you go to the community, maybe leader and all of that, they have like a registered, number 15, this person that stays there and all of that. But that information does not get as far as, to the state government to be able to see that, okay, this is what's happening. So in Ejigbo, if you're looking for a property around 1 million naira for a bed or 2 bed, go to the environment. Now, if you go online, even in Surulere, even in Agege, you don't know how much until you speak to the agents. There's no synchronization of how much you get to pay in different areas because there's no digital system, no data to follow up on these things. That's why landlords can just increase the rent. And the law is there. The law is against this thing. So the government, they've done their part by putting in the law to say, okay, you cannot increase your rent until after 2 years, and it has to be done with, done in writing. We have to, of course, reach out to the tenants 6 months before you do that, and all that to prepare their minds and all that. But I think it's not just about the 6 months. It's not just about the 2 years. It's about the reasonability in pricing. I can't be paying a 2.5 million naira rent, and you just increase it to about 4 million naira or 3.5. That's beyond my imagination and all of that. So it's still back to the government to be able to catch. And then if you do that, how then do I report? How then do I say, oh, you've given me you've asked my rent. I don't feel comfortable about it. I want to report you. Now there's a system for that. They'll tell you, you can go to the court, you can report go to Alawusa and all of that. But that's a long stretch because the landlord does not see any need for you to do that you get sanctioned. But if the landlord knows that his property is under regulation by a particular agency, by the government, then he knows that he can be called upon.
Okay.
All right, so I would like to ask again. You talked about someone living in Kurudu, working on the island, but ideally, I feel if I'm working on the island, I should get an apartment on the island. Instead of waking up 5 a.m. I mean, if I'm living on the island and I work in the island, I probably have to wake up 6 to get to the office, 7 or 8, than waking up 4 a.m. to get to the office. It reduces stress, it reduces a whole lot of things. So do you think the Lagos state government can come into this kind of thing whereby people work and live within their environment instead of commuting or traveling? We even have people living outside Lagos.
Yeah,
who come in
to Lagos,
Monday, squat with someone, and by Friday they go back to their various states.
Well, at the end of the day, it's most companies will not advise you to get your living your apartment far away from the workplace because, of course, emergencies, you have to come to the office early and all of that. But sometimes, you have to do what you have to do, and that's not really on the government. Now, where the government can help pushing stuff, because I've seen it work out in other countries, is what maybe said earlier, the transportation system. Trust me, you can stay as far as Ibadan. if you know that your train leaves by 6:15 and to get to Lagos, let's say CMS Marina here, for less than 30-45 minutes, you're good. I have a lot of friends that go as far as from Manchester in the UK, and they go down to, London for work. Yeah, it's about, let's say, 4 hours by rail. I mean, most of them are in the care like industry, because of it gives them the chance, to do that. But because they know that they can travel that far with that time and nothing's going to happen, they take it. It's not advisable, because anything can happen. You can have there could be a strike, there could be anything. But in the real sense, there's a working system. So if once we have that working system, I know people talk about how good the train is from Ibadan to Lagos. Now people are really enjoying it. Yeah. That's what we're saying. If we have more of that, we have trams, you realize that where you live might not really matter. How far it is from work might not really matter once you have a working transportation system. Because you do understand that the houses within the city are always very expensive because of this comfort.
Yeah.
I would
proximity
to work and all of that, and then city life and all of that. So not everyone will be able to afford it. So you can, if everybody has to live in the city, then it will be congested. Yep. So people still have to go as far as Ikorodu, Iba, 400. But if there's a connecting, shall I say, rail system, trams and all of that, it helps. Yeah. I don't really buy into the BRT, because if you look at the system with BRT all the way from, let's say, Urban Ikoro down to Ikorodu, they see that sometimes they still have to enter into the road and all of that. But if you have just one rail from, let's say, from Yaba down to Ikorodu, and it just goes. A particular train can take over like 5,000 people.
Yeah.
That's 5,000 people off the road, and then you're jetting as far as, you have some stops and all of that. Yeah, at intervals, but it's faster.
Yes.
It's cleaner. So once you do that, you put that into the system, and everybody gets Ikorodu, you find your way with your shuttles and all of that. But you see how many people you've taken outside off the road. You put that want to come out to Urban Ikoro, they come down, Onikmanu, they come down, Tony, like that, and it's just smooth and clean. BRT buses, can't really contain that.
Yes, okay, back to our agents. Because those people are doing wonders. I saw a landlord who he wasn't in Nigeria. And the tenants were paying, was it 1.3 million as rent. Some of them stayed in that house for 3 years. They never saw the landlords. They never saw their landlords, rather. So when he came, he saw them, greeted them, and said, hope you guys are okay, everything is working. And I was like, sir, except for the rent is quite high. It was like, 700,000 is not much. And everybody was like, 700 what? I said, 700,000. I am fair, because I understand how the Nigeria economic system is. Said, sir, we pay 1.3 million. This is someone I know. They said, we'll pay 1.3 million. And I was like, how? That I have been seeing all your payments. The agents, the caretaker has been sending in your money. So where is that money coming from? Now, there are these agents, like you rightly said, some of those people, they put these houses at negotiated price of 50 million. And at the end of the day, these agents and whatever their associations are, they put in over 100% of that money. And we, maybe the people who want to buy or who want to rent that particular house, start shouting, complaining and all that. What does the law, or how does the law catch up with those people? Because some of them are really doing more harm than good in our society today, in Lagos today. So the law, what is the law doing about that? Are they even recognized? Are they registered? What does, citizens, what do they need to know about these agents that are ripping off or using tenants to make gains?
Well, there's a bill that Lagos State government has passed I believe they should have passed it by now, or it's in the works. And that's to regularize agents, want them to be registered and all of that. Now, I believe that being registered is not just enough. You see, we're in 2025, and fast-growing countries are actually doing these things digitally. Now, if you put side by side, if you go to ChatGPT, you put side by side a digital system compared to the basic manpower system and all of that, you see the benefits you get from the digital system. Transparency, it's very key. As a landlord, I can decide to just say, you know what, I don't have time for speaking to my tenants and all of that, so just assign to someone else. Now, how do you get to monitor these things when it's not digitalized? Now, you see a lot of e-commerce websites. Owners of these properties can be anywhere, and you can see the price, because what the price you put up there is what I'll pay. You don't expect me to come online and I see a room self-con for 800,000 naira, and then behind they're telling me to come and pay 1.6 million. I will not do that. That means you are, of course, being shady. So that's actually what going digital does. It puts transparency to these things. And the government they've done their best with regards to putting these laws. They've told you, if you see any agent that's asking for more than 5%, report them. You know where to go to. But the reason why you don't go there is because when you're doing your what do you call it, house inspection, there were like 50 people there wanting to get this accommodation. So before you go and report, someone has got your house. So if we can put all of these things into the digital structure, every property must be registered. If you are looking for a property, you know where to go to. It doesn't have to be one real estate website, but you could have different, maybe based on the kind of agents. Agents can come together and say, you know what, this property is within Ejigo. We want to have like our own website and put the price in there and all of that. People can see it. Now there's an agency that goes around checking these properties, seeing if they are compliant to certain rules and regulations or policies that have been put in place. But until we do that, you can't know. I mean, this government will sit down in your office, they don't know what's happening in the streets. So the laws are there, they've passed the laws. And I'm always big on, awareness. Awareness in the sense that, we just wake up every morning and say the policy, we pass the policy, but the people in the street, they don't even know. Even the landlords, they don't know what these policies are. Awareness is very key. So people need to get digitalized with all of these things. Until we start doing this, there will not be transparency, and people will not know what they're fighting for.
Another set of people that I think the law should also go after are the landlords themselves, the landlord associations. So sometimes, they really don't have to laugh right now. Now, the thing is this. I have also seen, or rather in my community where I stay, there is a landlord association where this one tells this one, I heard this is what houses are being rented out right now. So why don't we increase the rent in this community? My area, yes, they are fair enough. Truth be told, they are fair enough in their prices, whether from 3-bedroom to a room and parlor and the likes. They are fair enough. But now, those associations, are they recognized by the law? Are they recognized by government that a certain association can just sit down and decide to increase rents?
No. Yes, it's a yes and it's a no answer. Okay. No, yes, in the sense that the government recognize the smaller groups. You see them. They also fall under the this local government council agents and all that.
Yes.
But there's you can recognize, you can create something for the sake of just create these things, and then you can create something for the sake of we want to follow through. Now, that the following through is where I don't believe that the government recognizes them, because if they do, you would see a system where the price of housing is kind of balanced, and that's why I said two houses side by side, let's even put it, two developed houses side by side, and this one tells you, oh, it's an in-suite, this one tells you it's a smart home, and this one believes that, oh, because it's an in-suite with white painting, I want to have my
POP.
I want to have POP. I want my 2 bedrooms to be 5 million naira. I just want to believe that with a smart home, I've spent more money, I've put in Alexa and the rest, but I want to be like 10 million naira. Why? So they are recognized, but there's no follow through. And the reason why there's no follow through is because of the system. If we don't go digital, I'm going to keep talking about this, going digital, because the government most times will not leave their houses. They will not leave their offices to come and look at these things. Do you understand? It's just agents, bit house, so yeah, enter into the street, kind of on WhatsApp, who's checking all of these things. Just, CSC will collect money as an agent, Abisco and, someone's housing this thing. You register, you're already a proprietor of a business, and you still start putting up listings on your page. And people are following you, you have your channel. Does the government know really what you are doing? Now, in a way, CSE is the government's, side of doing regulation of business. They know that you have a business, but who exactly is checking to see that the business you are running is running the right way? So yes, they know. They know that these communities they exist, the landlords and associations they exist and all that. They know because when it's time for election, they come to them. They know, but who is checking in that area? They don't. So it's a yes or no, a yes and no answer. But all in all, I don't think, at the end of the day, if the government don't actually check and help us
So if the governments, if they are known and, partly known and partly unknown, and tenants want to report increment or indiscriminate increment right now, and these people are not known, how can the tenant feel safe, feel confident that, okay, when I go to a certain office and say, this is what my landlord is doing, the person is just increasing money unnecessarily, how will the tenant feel safe enough or feels confident that, yes, this office, this government agency is going to fight for my rights?
They will, actually. Let's give them some credit. The issue here is a lot of Nigerians or a lot of Lagosians would not exhaust that option. We just want, I don't want to fight my landlord. I don't have that strength. Lawyer will collect more money from my hand. So, but the office is there. They've told you come. So when we keep doing this, you'd see results. Results will come out from there.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at the new tenancy law, 2011, that states that, of course, you can pay rent 3 to 6 months, not more than that. But I'm not seeing any enforcement. I'm not seeing people reporting. There's this agent. I have about 3 or 4 agents that send me all these updates every day. At the point, I challenged one that, look, you can't be saying 2 years rent, that there's a new tenancy law, and he read it and just ignored me, and I felt like, and he did it again the following week. He kept on. So is there any actual enforcement, or is there some sort of fear of reporting these landlords? Maybe some of these tenants might be blacklisted.
So the truth is, again, like you said, you know your rights as a learned person, and you've relayed this to the agents. Oh, I can't be paying over some amount of money. I can't pay for 2 years. I should pay for a year and all of that. And he read it, said nothing. That means, Baba, when you're ready, you come and there are people that are ready to come and collect this accommodation. So that's where we are. Because this guy is not tied to any government, he knows that they're not draining his ears. He knows that if he does anything, he will get away with it. So where do you want to even see him? But if his name is actually, that's why the government is saying they want all agents to be registered. Yeah. So we ourselves, as in quotes, customers, should not patronize an unregistered agent. Landlords as well should not give out listings to unregistered agents. So once everyone is, that's the whole point of being registered is so that the government has an idea who are the agents in this area, who sold this property out, who rented this property out. Is data. If you can't run an administration smoothly without data, and that's why you yourself as a resident looking for an accommodation, you can now know that, okay, I'm going to join the let's say Telegram channel or WhatsApp channel of A, B, and C properties listings and all of that, and I know he's registered. So because he's registered, he knows that he's registered, and if he messes up, there's a beneath there, whatever, there's a call center. If you don't like our services and all of that, it's just like all these private owned shuttles you see on their websites. For example, they'll tell you, okay, if you don't like the driver, please reach out to this place. If you don't, because there's someone regulating the driver. So once we have these agents registered, it means that their data is now registered with the government. And now when you go to the government directly, because the agent even knows that you can report me and I'll lose my license. And when I lose my license, I'll not be able to function. Yeah. No landlord will be able to work with me. I'll not be able to get listings. You see, you can see how transparent it gets and how it helps in the long run.
All right, we still have a whole lot more questions for our guest, but definitely we will go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue with Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Yes, we are looking at the Lagos Rent Circle with John Toby. Now, John, let's look at the legal aspects of renting an apartment in Lagos. A lot of people rent houses without any written documents. It's just, some even pay ahead. Once they see the house, they just, let me pay, don't worry. And, you know, this has also given room for so many rent hikes and so many things. The landlord can, you know, basically do anything because, I mean, there's no agreement and all that. How can we, you know, what do people living in Lagos, what they need to know, you know, talking as a lawyer right now, what are the things they need to know before renting a house or even going for an inspection?
Well, if there's anyone right now in 2025 that does not do certain background checks before you go into, if you're giving your money out to anybody, then you should be flogged. You should be whipped because even between brothers, you have to document these things. So it's not just even to collect, it's not to go for inspections only. I tell people these days, you have to also do your own background check on the building itself. So you don't move into your house and within 6 months, the house is sold. You know, yeah, you understand. And sometimes you spend money to avoid bigger issues or bigger problems. Imagine going to a property 6 months down the line and you're being told, oh, you have to evacuate, a developer has purchased this place. It's evil, but it's something that we see every now and then because, again, we don't have a system that captures information and data. No one should do that if there was a system. Because, for example, you have a property that you want to sell or you once sold. For you to say you want to bring in rents or bring in people to, tenants, then you have to still go back to them and tell them, okay, you have about 6 flats you want to rent and all of that, and then they give you a go ahead because there are no encumbrances with regards to that property. But you know, I would advise anyone trying to get an accommodation out right now, do your background checks to avoid stories that touch, and then ensure that every transaction is documented. You have your tenancy agreement, and your tenancy agreement is read by a lawyer. And I always say this because, you know, we think that because law is written in English.
Yes.
Don't forget, even in China, law is written in Mandarin. But law is law. Law has its own language. So you can be reading something and it's so totally different. And I always give a very good example. There's a difference between a yearly tenant, you know, a yearly tenancy and a periodic tenancy. If you see a document and it says you're a periodic tenancy, it means that from the 1st of January up until the date that was stated on that place. Once that date lapses, you are no longer a tenant. A yearly tenant means that you can roll over without writing to the landlord. But a periodic tenant must write officially to the landlord within 3 months or thereabouts that you want to retain. So you can see that this English, though it covers for a period of time, they have different meanings. If you have a fixed tenancy, it means that your house. So these things have to, you know, once you are getting a property or you're trying to rent, make sure it's documented. Make sure you understand what's in the documents.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Toby. We were having a conversation before we came back on the show. That's the quality of houses that are being built right now. We've seen developers, of course, before you know the house, in a week, in 2 weeks, of course, the house is up there. Maybe maybe a house that wasn't a story building is easily converted to 2 stories, 3 stories building, like that. Now, how do you measure? How does the government measure the quality of houses that are being built right now? Saying that every now and then, houses are collapsing. Buildings are collapsing. We are not talking about old buildings now.
New buildings.
We're talking about new buildings. And the interesting part of this thing is that while these people were building, you see Lagos State, is it Lasra, yes.
Lasra, yeah.
They come around, they come to places, and of course, if you've not done the payment or whatever it is, you see your red tape there, you can't continue, the house is marked, and while they've gone, the building continues. When they are here, they stop working and all that. How does the law checkmate all these things, the quality of houses that are built? Now, we know, yes, you are building rent. Why should I stay in a house that is substandard materials were used to erect that building? How is the government checkmating all this?
Well, I mean, as a tenant, I can't really blame you for any problems that the house might encounter while you're in there, because I'm a lawyer. I don't know what the quality of wall looks like or the POP looks like. So this is more of the landlord, of course, and the developers than the government. So because of, and you know, the new tax law regards to real estate, the government is really trying to ensure that most investors are here for a long time and not a short time. That means build properties that will last for a long time. But what most of the properties you see these days are just quickly 3-6 months, and then because of, you see a lot of investors who tell you within 6 months return on investment, invest 100 million naira, get 150 million. So short-term stuff causes these things as well too. You just look for materials anywhere to build. Now with regularization, the government, this is where transparency comes in, and should I say efficiency, gets putting in the right people into these offices, people that know what they're doing. Don't go and bring your sister's child that just finished from uni and there's no job anywhere, that studied law, to come and work in a quantity surveying office, to come checking the quality of sand and stones, and you say the person will learn through the ranks. No, get people that employ people that know their jobs. And this is where also the issue of implementing digitalization system into our structures come in play as well too, because now you said something that's very, very, very common in Lagos. They put their red mark and all of that, and they go, and building continues. Why? Because they have an intel. Someone will tell them, don't worry, just continue. We have someone that would tip and all of that, corruption and all of these things. But we can't start discussing corruption. It's a very large stuff. But we need to have people with integrity in the system more. And that it goes back to, let's stop this Nepo system where I just bring my child in to work and she's not qualified.
Okay.
All right, so now I like to also look at this. What legal protections do citizens have, when faced with rent spikes? Some will even tell you a month. What is actually the legal time frame, for rent increase? Because there's always been back and forth, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or if a landlord asks you to leave, what's the duration that I have to leave the house and all that? What are some of these things?
Yeah, we're writing, I think, top of the roof, I think it's 2 years that the landlord can take. You have to give the tenant at least 2 years, before you can say you want to increase your rent. And then it has to be done in writing. And this must be done 6 months before you then increase the rent, which means that they have enough time to decide if they want to leave or they can afford to pay the increase. And the increase as well too has to be justifiable. Just don't wake up and say you want to increase because you feel like you need more money. So now the legal steps that a tenant can take if they don't feel good about this, you go to court. You can write, the court, you can get a lawyer. That's my best advice, get a lawyer to look into this situation. First, I would of course advise mediation, because we are very emotional people. So before you take your landlord to court and start having let's have a lawyer that would speak from the legal standpoint, make the landlord see that you have certain rights, and see where it goes from there. But there's always a place for the law. You can always report these things. Reporting is one, enforcement is the other one, and awareness is the major one, because a lot of Nigerians don't know that they have these rights to report. So.
Former Governor Babatunde Fashola mooted this idea of people paying per month as to those who cannot save up for a year. Do you think if Lagos goes into that kind of policy, that kind of legislation, it would maybe be able to accommodate, if not all the low income earners, but maybe half of the population?
Yes, it would. It would. Paying monthly would actually help. So to make it, if the efficiency in that now is where I would now suggest management companies, to be able to look through the books. As a landlord, you have tenants, over 16 tenants, or 10 to 16 tenants in your flat or your building. I would advise you get property managers to help you with this monthly, because there are even benefits actually. I was telling a client of recent that, do you know that you can make so much money from the money market, from the monies that tenants pay with regards to what do you call it, service charge and all of that. You can make money from it over the year, which means that if your service charge is about 250,000 naira, you have about 10 tenants. Yeah. That's good money you put into your mutual funds and leave it there. It generates interest for you in the long run. So people don't know this because real estate as well too is should be a source of income for people, and you can make more money. So, 6 months paying per month is actually very good to help a lot of people. But people, the landlords need to see the benefits with regards to this things, and this is where financial experts come in to the lowest ground. Let's not speaking too much English with these people. Let them see the benefits they get. Some of them are complaining about the maintenance, how they then have to maintain the house and all of that. This is where, of course, insurance companies come into as well. A lot of houses are not even insured. There's a very fine house in my area, very, very fine house, and I was devastated the day I realized that there was no fire extinguisher in the entire building. So what happens if, most of our houses are built without the water, emergency stuff and all of that. So these are things that developers need to start looking into. Landowners or landlords need to start looking into the possibilities of people paying per month, and how can they get this into the financial side of things. Imagine someone paying, let's say 250,000 naira every month to you, and you're keeping this in your money market, the money mutual funds or whatever. It helps you generate interest over the year, and you make more money compared to what they pay you once. So there are benefits to these things as well.
Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so are there some behavioral changes that you think, as we are entering 2026, behavioral changes that landlords, tenants, developers, governments, what are those behavioral changes that you think that they need to have to ensure a better rental ecosystem?
Personally, I feel like I was going to use a slang, but I feel like the government need to touch the grass. They need to go outside and see what's really, really happening. It's not about just sitting in the office. They need to have a positive approach towards listening to the cries of the people. People are really crying about housing issues, to be honest. But we are so far away from. I will say this: the people and the government are far apart. Yeah. The real life, what the average Nigerian or average Lagosian is going through, the government can't really understand it, and you can't blame them. They're in their AC, they're on the island, so no matter how you cry, you can't really feel it. But this is where you differentiate politics and governance. As a good leader, you go deep down to see how these people are faring, what you can do for them immediately. And this is where the whole, private-public partnership comes in to get affordable housing and all of that. That's a good step. It shows that you are compassionate, you have empathy. And as a leader, these are core skills of leadership. To be empathetic, to be a good listener to the people. So these are certain behaviors that once we have these government people they start to show this attitude. And then of course from our own side, landlords, we are seeing people willing to get information. Okay, I have a property. How can I better use this property? Like Olumide rightly mentioned, the paying per month. A lot of people don't even know about the mutual funds and the money market and all of that. I just want my 6 million naira rent from this entire property and do what I want to do. But they've forgotten that you can make more money as you go every month from saving this money in the bank or with microfinance, and tech, and all of these things. There's more money that you can make from paying per month.
I hope those career
landlords
landlords
with interest as well too.
I said I hope those career landlords understand what you're saying.
They do.
Yeah, you mentioned something about insurance, which I'll also like us to look at, because it has happened to me once when I rented an apartment, and barely less than a month, there was a day it rained. The drainage system was not that good, and water flooded my house, damaged a couple of things. At the point, I was even threatening to sue the landlord because some of my properties were damaged. So, do you think there should be some form of a law that mandates landlords to insure their house, or can the tenants go ahead and insure? How would they even insure? They are not the owners of the property.
So in the UK, I know there are some properties that you as a tenant can insure your property.
Okay.
You know, you also have access to insurance, but the house itself, the landlord has to do that himself. So this then begs the question as to what then do you use the service charge and all those other extra to do? Like, what do you do with them? Can we swap those things for insurance? Which means that if there's something happening with the house, repairs or whatever, you have an insurance company that covers for it. So this is more awareness to certain benefits that you get. Let's change the narrative. Let's get certain benefits. These things are there. Insurance companies are there. They are ready to help you. They're ready to. I mean, you see a lot of people come and cry. Oh, the house got burnt, and you'll be there wondering, like, your house got burnt. Okay, so you need us to actually gather money for you when there's supposed to be like an insurance to cover up for these things. So we are still very backwards when it comes to insurance. We just feel like that money is going. The money I'm sending. But when the trouble comes, it's like HMO and the rest. When the trouble comes, you you actually enjoy these benefits. So.
And some will ask, what if the trouble doesn't come?
If it doesn't come,
so I think
that's it's called an insurance.
So lastly, because there's always been this debate, who is supposed to take care of repairs in the house, for instance? I mean, I've seen a situation whereby the water tank in one of my friend's house fell, and they asked the landlord. The landlord said,
I don't live there.
He's not obligated to do that. Is it? Who is actually obligated to take care of certain repairs in the house? If it's not from your end, I mean, if it's not if the fault wasn't from the tenant.
So this is, if you look through the agreement, tenancy agreements between the tenant and the landlord, you see that the external repairs should be carried out by the landlord. Internal repairs by the tenant. Now, there's instances where internal repairs go intertwined with the external. For example, like you said, maybe water leaking through the walls and all of that. I strongly believe that the landlord should cater for that. In all of the houses that I stayed when I was abroad, they have their designated repair managers. I don't even deal with the landlord. I just have the app. Oh, there's an issue. You say that, toilets, kitchen, and all that. You just put it there, and then within 2, 3, 4 hours, they're right there in your building to fix these things, because it is supposed to be part of the service charge. You understand? It's supposed to be part of the service charge. I calculated the service charge of what everyone is paying where I stay in a year is about 3 to 6 million naira. Over 3 million naira. Now that's money that you can actually give to an insurance company that has a partnership with a real estate management, repairs and all that. When there's a problem, you don't even need to talk to your landlord or anything. This is what has happened, and then you go and fix it. We still do the back and forth system, and that's why we have a lot of problems. Oh, yeah, I don't want to fix it. But what did they pay service charge for? Or is it until when I'm leaving that I did not break anything? Now come and take my money.
We did.
So we have to look at what the agreement is all about. All these agents, commission, and all of that. Scrap these things. These things don't really affect what we are, what we are saying here. And that's why once we can get, it's a chain. Once we get the agents to be registered, now the housing system is more regularized, because the government has a eye on these things. Now agents are not asking for ridiculous amounts of money. You can cover. If I know fully what I'm paying, this money that's supposed to go to the agents is going to be covered for insurance, covered for maintenance of the property. I'll be happy. I can easily even call for repairs. But because I know I've paid a lot of money, so landlord must fix it. But a landlord himself is not even aware, or is aware, just like a Jessica about it, that he needs to actually get his property insured or put the property under a repair company. And there's so many repair companies out there that just doing their thing.
All right, thank you very much, John Olorontobi, for your insight, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So glad to have you. Yeah. Yes, it's been quite an an insightful topic, an insightful discussion here on Just Africa. And of course, this is where we will round up Just Africa today. Join us tomorrow for another edition of Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I am Omevi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and Asia's customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, This is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Oyo Empire.
history and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have the glance view of the immediate environment around Olumo Rock, because Olumo Rock is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumo Rock, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
raise up.
Raise up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumo Rock, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumo Rock.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumo Rock is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumo Rock.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumo Rock is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungwakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seeds inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pods serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
this was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, it's a two-top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oracle for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the fire instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes dip like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba asked from Ifa Oracle to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in the Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abeokuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abeokuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba has with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only 2 people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the 2 people are the paramount ruler of Egbaland, that's Alake of Egbaland, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egbaland will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity. Also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egbaland, the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oshilo of Okiono, Agura of Bagura, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they're looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbo Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbo Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba call it Kukuamu. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yellow Risha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba call it Igia Koko. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egba land, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. It has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's a deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they get, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear to go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, God of Iron, the famous God of Iron. So we have a baobab tree. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afonapunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections, because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. One do ikapa, apa okapa, one do ikai Gyoshi, apa okoshi, one do ikakonga, konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord, those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient travel to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is the only means of going up the rock. The ancient tribe is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
As a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders, and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here, you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television. To another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. we start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing. And so there I was, at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Gamers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Gamers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers on all socials and thegamehers.com. please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people. Find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors. And a big partner. Also I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even. Our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Today, industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers gathered in Lagos for the African Credit Expo 2025, a major event pushing for stronger financial inclusion and credit access across the continent.
Thank you for joining us.
Held at the Landmark Event Center, the expo carried the theme Empowering Possibilities and brought together players in digital finance, lending, trade, and small business development. The opening session set the tone, with organizers emphasizing the expo is more than an event. It's a movement aimed at reshaping Africa's financial future.
You know that Lagos is the biggest economy in Nigeria. It is the biggest in terms of human population. Lagos is a gateway to Africa. Lagos is Nigeria and Africa's pride. We are proud to be Lagosians. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and the people of this great state, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, sponsors, and organizers here present today. I acknowledge the visionary credit registry, Nigeria's pioneering credit bureau.
To deepen the conversation around credit access and responsible lending, the special guest of honor and founder of Credit Registry engaged with journalists on the sidelines of the event. Taiwo Ayedu, who also pioneered the Nigeria Private Credit Bureau industry and chairman of the Credit Bureau Association of Nigeria, is known to have played a key role to introducing the BVN system to the Central Bank of Nigeria and other notable reform in the Nigerian financial industry.
Is to basically try to educate Nigerians and Africans eventually to have a level of financial literacy to understand the responsible use of credit. Credit is a very, very empowering tool. Before even we know what is formal credit, we've been borrowing and lending for time immemorial anyway, right? So it's not a new thing. It's just that at scale, there's a need to have systems and infrastructure in place to make credit scale, to make sure that if you're living in Agege, you can take credit in, say, Victoria Island. If you're living in Kano, you can take credit in, say, Anambra State. So information systems that we have created allows that to be possible. Allows lenders to be able to trust Nigerians so that if they understand that you have a habit of taking loans and paying back, then they're willing to give you credit, okay? And also, we want to make sure that Nigerians don't abuse credit, okay? Because if you use credit irresponsibly, it can also be very damaging. So the goal of African Credit Expo is about financial literacy.
Dr. Sharif Ayedu, MD CEO of Credit Registry Comments, opened the door for a broad conversation on how technology, data, and transparency can reshape Africa's credit culture. She explained that sustainable credit growth depends on systems that help people to understand their financial behavior and make informed decisions. Her insights highlighted both the urgency and the opportunity within Africa's evolving credit landscape.
We're so happy to welcome definitely the fourth estate here to the Africa Credit Expo. This is our third edition of the expo, and this expo is honestly to really live our brand promise. Our brand promise at Credit Registry is to connect, trust, and empower. And this event allows for us to connect all the various stakeholders that we do business with, from the lenders, the regulators, the individual consumers, the entrepreneurs. We bring them all together on this platform so they can trust one another and then empower each other to be able to have strong financial transactions.
After the ceremony, participants dived into a full lineup of masterclasses, workshops, and seminars designed to demystify credit and provide practical knowledge on financial management, business growth, and trade opportunities. Panels also spotlighted the role of digital tools, fintech, innovation, and responsible lending in expanding economic participation. The expo floor was buzzing with activities as vendors displayed new financial tools, credit tracking platforms, and SME support products. Sponsors and partners including credit bureaus, digital lenders, insurance firms, and payment companies reaffirmed their commitment to supporting financial growth on the continent. The day wraps up with a networking and cocktail hour, a chance for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to form partnerships that could shape Africa's financial future. Oyimprie Joseph Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Fellow Nigerians,
Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. The federal government reaffirms commitment to developing local vehicle assemblers and accelerating electric vehicle infrastructure. Female representation in boards of Nigerian companies climbs to its highest level in 6 years, according to new data from the Nigerian Exchange. Vladimir Putin prepares to meet Togo's president for Nasibe at the Kremlin today, aims to strengthen diplomatic ties. British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves condemned leaks about the upcoming budget as not acceptable. Victor Osimhen faces steep competition from Egypt and Liverpool's Mohamed Salah for 2025 award African Footballer of the Year. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to developing Nigeria's automotive sector by boosting support for local vehicle assemblers and accelerating electric vehicle infrastructure rollout. Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, made the pledge at the 25th Abuja International Motor Fair on Tuesday. He said the government views the automotive industry as central to its industrialization strategy and energy transition plans, noting that EVs present a sustainable solution to rising fuel costs and environmental concerns. Vice President Shettima added that policies are being designed to attract private investment into EV charging stations, battery manufacturing, and parts supply chains. Stakeholders at the event called for tax incentives, stable electricity supply, and import duty waivers on EV components. The push aligns with Nigeria's broader plans to reduce carbon emissions and foster green industrial growth across key sectors. Nigeria's electricity grid remains under severe strain as 17 of the country's 23 grid-connected power plants operated below 50% of their installed capacity in October 2025, and that is according to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. This worsening performance has deepened nationwide blackouts and exposed the fragile state of the country's power infrastructure. The NERC data show that several major plants delivered only a fraction of their potential output due to persistent gas supply shortages, liquidity constraints, and operational inefficiencies. Industry insiders say the financial crisis gripping the sector has made it harder for generators to maintain full operations or invest in upgrades. Experts warn that without urgent reforms and sustainable funding, the situation could deteriorate further. They also stress the need for reliable gas supply, improved tariff structures, and stricter accountability for distribution companies to improve electricity access for homes and businesses across the country. Nigeria's foreign reserves have surged to $46.7 billion as of November 14, 2025, the highest in 7 years, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria. This sharp rise is seen as a major milestone in the country's economic recovery, driven by stronger oil receipts, renewed investor confidence, and improved balance of payments inflows. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, described the reserve boost as evidence of reform success and a stabilizing force for the Naira. Financial experts say the $46.7 billion reserve position will ease pressure on the forex market, support import stability, and enhance credit worthiness in international markets. The figure also boosts confidence for manufacturers and foreign investors who depend on stable foreign exchange access. Capital markets have reacted positively, with expectations of a stronger economic outlook heading into 2026. Analysts caution that sustaining this level will require export growth, tighter fiscal management, and further diversification away from oil dependency. Reforms must continue to make the gains durable. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, World News continues.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability.